Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully, you're all doing well. So, today we're going to be doing the 5.5 patch of Final Fantasy XIV. Alice is waiting patiently for the return of a certain scions, not least of all, you. Good news, Thancred and Orange have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here, even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping that they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Welcoming party. You've gone to the trouble from what I hear. You've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering as it is. I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Graha, and Illusion, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been all tales of triumphs. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed on our lap. Or in our lap, sorry. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Orange short of a scouting party. You haven't lost some, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try, repeatedly. No, he decided to linger in Alamigo, to apprise Raban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us? Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception: the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working their day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Transform it into what? It's my question. That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Orange, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to well, be sure to save some for Orange, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the tower, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, no, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Cryo, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Eringe before the meeting. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you hale and whole, as we are to see you safely return from your mission, Eringe. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome? Well, if it is the Alpha known as Merry Band. Ehrenwald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pro, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after. I thought a little taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. It may remind you that we Elysian are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Uh-huh, sure. It was not till my 20th summer that I myself grew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreda towered over me nonetheless. Arvold brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company, it's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you the impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Adrolo's going with him, that must mean. My apologies. As Ehrenvold rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Now that's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. All too much. Auno's keen to track down Estinian. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there, long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. Where am I going in Ishgard? I was... All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Illusion can delve into the nooks and crannies. Furl, let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck! Oh yeah, we're looking for Estinian, that's right. I think I should begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Imeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see, no, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But, as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Imeric, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better? Not necessarily. Sounds like it. How dare you call me Alphino? You could too. You choose not to. Well, yes. Fair enough. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azus Law, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not, we had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, But I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Illusion's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Stormer was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you are a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wish to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. Just a moment here, sorry. Just thought of something here real quick, and I want to try and see if I can something I can do. Okay. Just wanting to add a few sounds. Okay, there we go. I wish to know if she yet harbored any thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, if it falls to me to watch over her, Singh is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Actually, I want to. We can certainly try to. But grats to Goosey on winning the Deep Rock Galactic code. Yes. While porks have been shown to be effective in curing the temper, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and measurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we'd be hard pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Well, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Elegants kept detailed records on all their negotiable captives. I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alpha Known Illusion here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first steps towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat to do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap, when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Totaru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Turning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sectors known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you? I suppose that could seem rather odd to explain. Rambrose, Orange, and I were searching for the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the trace of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready just should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you. Even in the absence of, well, the rest of me, it seemed worth a shot. Or try at least. Agreed, we will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. God, that is one hell of a flagship. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally reach some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Oh, there it is. Blip, 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 blip. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. I am afraid Athenian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node with which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Do you wish to operate the Dragon restraint mechanisms? You do not have the requisite access privileges. The operation of the Dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family. Or those with vessels full of royal blood, perhaps? New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identifies member of the royal family. Please state your name. Welcome. You may operate the Dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat, a system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? Well, that's more than I can say, confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, this issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update as far as I can tell. Until which time it will float here spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I'll be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years, 1 day. What? That is rather longer than we're hoping. Aren't there any other options, for instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned that, however, that this procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine we'll have changed all that much as long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies. I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother to explain, trying to explain. Just tell me if I've made any progress. I would say so. Yes, it does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It may be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. Come on. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. But perhaps that's just between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think it unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. This has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with the Ice Heart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Ascending told me all is well, but nothing more honestly. It's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that sounds rather frustrating. But you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will be inevitably required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get, thank you, in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that of suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth! The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten? Of war with the men of Alog? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Lucian, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved, would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Olog first came into Mericidia, into our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlean scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the second Astro era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children and men arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragon kind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alog slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Assassins. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Assassins together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. All right. Here I go. You can do it. Okay. Yes, let's hope it does. Could it? Could it really? While I'm sure you're desperate to rejoin Estinian and Timon in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. The flames of war. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Paglathon, Graha is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uda at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telefor I have other plans. Peglathon is already under siege. Happily, the Mortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Oda has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin had made provisions for such an exigency, and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ulda alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathon. Yet even with our combined strength we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Emulsias show any signs of tempering. Strange, what primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. Well, if that were true, anyone could fight him, and Illusion and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Ehrenwald and Fordola are in Paglathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Give me a moment here. Where am I going? I don't remember where I'm going anymore. Oh, I didn't see that my warrior had died there on Stream Raiders. Oh well, you'll have that. 490? Shit. What am I at? 478? Shit. Shit, 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 shit. I do have some tombstones. Let's see, what's my lowest geared thing so that way I can focus on just trying to replace that. Okay. 430, 390. So, namely, we need a new pair of bracelets. Let's go with that. 418, 475. I can't afford them. Okay. Aha! We're now over the 490. Onward and upward then. Okay. Well, let us go to Aleport. We'll do some leave quests while we wait for the queue. Sounds like a good way to spend the evening. Oh yeah. I suppose you're here looking for some leaves. Well, take your pick, but be quick about it. I haven't all day. Okay, so Marauder is next. They're trying to get to level 20. It's like, why even bother with the item? I know it's you. Fine. Die. Well, it looks like we're close to hitting Q because we're just needing a healer, so... no sense starting another leave quest. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, battle's ready for Stream Raiders. I wonder how long ago that happened. I was not paying enough attention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lesser Tello Dragon. Interesting way to remove a wall. That's gonna hurt. Forgot all about activating that. It's like, fine, I'll fly to their aid. Let's go. The fuck is this thing? Well, it probably don't want me in front of those pipes. Well, fuck. Mistakes were made. That's all I can say about that. Mistakes were made. We destroyed your wall. So get a red dragon. Awesome. This is really kind of cool. Well, I mean, except for it sucks for the people living in these little villages hereabouts. Teletherium, Lunar Bahamut. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nothing better for. I don't recognize that voice. It's gotta be someone new. The fuck? Sounds disgusting. Nope, probably not. Give me a moment here. Sorry. Well, it'd be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will when we have received word of Arenvald's safe return. I'm going to check something here. Alvino's mind to share his account of the events that unfold in Poglathon with the Sultana. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistry. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Paglathon, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout? Naught save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Illusion Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Paglathon. Come on, then. There's no... Yeah, it didn't look like there was a aetheryte point here that I could use. I think that's what I'm wanting. Brother, will come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demila is tending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demila say? Tell me his exact words. When we said our farewells to Erenval, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait? I know, I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Ahem. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your crewmates have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. Ah, but where's the fun in that? Have they now? Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arnvald is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let's retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. Following our agreement, then I shall let Cryo know to expect us. A hot bath and hasty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. But good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Cryo, in particular, has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian. I believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldesian woman. If I refuse, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Maybe she just don't like us. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Idealistic or not. Easily. For any number of reasons. Quite a collection of weaponry. Take that as a no. What'd he choose? Well, looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that that ever seems to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. When it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then, you lot more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with Primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Signs who risk life and limb like poor Ehrenwald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go, and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Just a couple more quests to do to be done with 5.5. I also can tell you are itching to take the fight to the Tulafaroi. Ah, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you come hoping for tidings from Cryo, I'm afraid you are still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar Primals have been popping up all over the place. But the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hori Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Olda's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Tulafaroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. We were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Tulafaroi in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady, and for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend if the Signs, too, are present. All of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I'll bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Nishtula lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you would be present for that what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Imeric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with the mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? We have been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Which is always a start. Wait, what, me? No. No, 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 no. I am not. Well, now that we are out of the earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Elder Seats here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that you may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform the task effectively, they will require the Council of One versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes, forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course to the Crystal Braves that which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught, built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals. The Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations, drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadows of Telophoroi and flourish until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Well, I shall be grateful. I'll join you if you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades. It'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Gurha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Gurha. I shall explain the details on the way. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I propose is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that I might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial Question, namely, why? After the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Royal and Elaine. If my memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at a Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As a royal test, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I'd hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always thought the Scions have something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, and not one of us is doing it for personal gain because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, could you? Well, it's founded ideals are something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions, we might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Sataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see, so while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we were all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Alvino is keen to hear what Alice and Garahatia have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. Well, I think we've taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less affirming testimonies await. Let's make our way to Gridania and hear what others have learned. Thanks to Taro's ever dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, I pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Ah, welcome, Brave One, friends of Brave One. How good to see you. Indeed it has. Though the palace is very pretty, the meeting was far too noisy for this one. So many shouting ones and squawking ones and cheering ones, with no chance for carefree conversation. Still, this one is pleased all ones can be friends. Horned one, Connie Sinna, said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. These ones will try very hard, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alf? No, don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. Twin Adder officer cost me as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Krylos managed to sway the forum? We shall soon know soon enough, but there's more. The envoy has requested the two of us attend the audience with the older seats here. Really? I can see why they might want Science to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I can seriously believe myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was Fortuno Lavalley. Your father? Well, now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprising enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? Since some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Britannia. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind, there'll be times to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go! The honest we had at the Lotus Stand where the elder seats here awaits. Even now, let us be on our way. Okay, so we need to teleport back to Gridania. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seat's here and your friends are waiting within. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunel's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Cryo permission to request our alien aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. I'm sure you did. Hmm. Mistake. Uh huh. Life itself. I would almost say that probably would agree to that. Not a very friendly guy. Because what can he really do about it? I mean, seriously, what can he do about it? So, that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against Sulafaroi. And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I can have nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To prolong the discussion will have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortuno who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it likely to be changed, so we shall face Tlafori without them. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel as they are wont to do? Has Mr. Prochino arrived yet? Then, as I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us that might go some way to explaining Master Fortuno's performance? When we said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophorai as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Heidelin and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it seemed, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintance we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course, I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge. But with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you, but I'll let you know when everything's in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that Charlene hides some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of yours you're staying united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlie intend to do if we fail? Connie Sennett seems determined to not let the disappointment of Charlene's rejection distract her from the task at hand. While Charlene's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions, grave tidings walking ones, grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see the feathered ones send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelphatal. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Coerthus. My lady, the Iscarians report that Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Coerthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartanu Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord America has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he'll have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones are said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see what all waking ones know. Farewell. Fandaniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady, let us away. Okay. It would seem Ferdola Hero has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. It'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. You tell him, Fordola. That's the spirit. That's the spirit right there. You can tell me later what it was all about, but judging by the state of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold officers' forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo. We must do the same, by severing as many of the tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Okay. Yeah, I'm good at that a lot. Like, ridiculously so. Listen well, friends, as Laforet are sweeping across Cartno. As for the Asing, he is briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophorai's plans may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. This is not a place for a bit of a circle jerk there. Science spread across the field. Elsa and Grau take the fight to Telophoroi. shit. It's like, did you not know to get away from there? Asshole? Do you see that? The glyph, yes. How worried should we be? Probably very. Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric influence, like the pillars of the Azim Step, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. Damn it. The resultant disruption of the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Come on. Make sure to cast Zantet's Sukin. We gotta stop that bullshit. Oh, goddamn. Meanwhile, Graha, Tia, and Alice they prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. I don't know how I survived that, but sure, whatever. Self same moment you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alvin O'Steen, resolved to lay lunar Ifrit low. Ow. Well, at least they gave us a MacGuffin there. In other words, I destroyed your means of completing this plan. You gotta go back home and try and figure out what plan B is. At least they're all working together. That didn't. Some were great to have them overlap like that. That moon looks a bit odd. Well, no, just let the credits roll here. I will be right back. What a story that was, honestly. Overall, I mean, the last chapter was kind of but it's like rehash. Let's rehash all the crap we've done so far. I mean, I wish there's a way to speed it up without actually just skipping through it, but So it's like another 120 quests left, or we're done completely done with the MSQ, and then we got a bunch of other stuff we'll need to be doing and unlocking and all such things. Oh. Overall, I think my energy's kind of drained, and I wasn't feeling the greatest going into. Oh, come on. Seriously? Wait. Or, son of a. Oh, no, nope, nope. We're into logos. God damn it. I was like, we got logos. What more could there possibly be? You lied to me. You lied. I don't get how like 3 quests suddenly add like 2 hours. Do not need all that blank space. It's like you keep giving me hope that we're done. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location retrieved at your convenience. You've thought of everything, Lord Imeric, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction and afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I'm really wary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartno, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of yours' first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I'd ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor while the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are one to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I'd hoped to be able to study the towers more closely. Vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans, if we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And they'll begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphno, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information for all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Quirrell, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear: the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunal's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been a wellspring of ethereological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there my lance will be ready. And what of you? Might you be ready to join us? Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, then they're in for a shock. It appears we are in agreement. We will have to wait for Crow to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, fancy. Makes me think of Bloodborne. Yep. Yep, 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 yes, 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 yes. Let's go. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Okay, and with that, we will call that a stream.